All right. All right. All right. All right. Hello. 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 A real stream? No, not today. Not today. We did one Sunday. This Sunday. Or last Sunday. It was fun. I liked it. But it's not gonna be something I do regularly. Maybe once in a while I'll do it. Why are well stream and notification? Didn't I change? I probably because the category didn't get updated yet. But we should be in the Minecraft category right now. Did you see the video I said? Where? On Discord? Let me check. Wrong title? Oh. Yeah, indeed. Weird. Come on. It should be fixed now. Let me see Discord. There's my little and yeah. It's the season for mandarins in this country. Okay, it's only when I'm streaming that this camera acts up. So I think it's a encoding issue, but I don't know where or why it would be. It is tangerine, yeah. It's weird because it's winter, so these wouldn't grow. But somehow in winter, these always are way cheaper. It's logical. It's holidays and stuff, but yeah, the camera acting up is only when I'm streaming. I've noticed. Video. Where did you send the video, Eloise? OBS before, yeah, one of the two. But I updated OBS entirely, so maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's because I updated the entire stuff. Alois, what video are you? Are you talking about the one from Meld Studio? That video? Well, there was media. Well, the thing is about chat, right, is I will comply with... The thing is, I feel like that TOS rule, right, is something that they put in there because they try and cover themselves. Just to say that they are not responsible if anything happens on like YouTube side or on whatever platform you're streaming on. Right? If somebody posts something in chat, Twitch is not responsible, right? As long as I don't see other people getting banned for it, I'll roll with it. Otherwise, I'll be if I see people getting banned for it, I'll take out YouTube from the chat widget that we have, but it's been, what, 2 years now? Looking at my watch to see what year we are. It's been 2 years since multi-streaming has been a norm. And nobody's really gotten banned for that reason, right? We're in the year of our Lord 2025. The camera flickering, I don't know what it is, though. I could try putting it in a different USB slot. Let me try that real quick. I'm going to change cameras for that. No. Yes. Oh, what do you think about the shell? What do you think about the shell? I posted it in Discord as well. It's a shell. True. It is a shell. So we cable box. Hello, Rachel. But it is pretty cool. I like the fact that you can kind of see all the cameras. I put all my bottles in there as well. I bought a new... Ooh. Are you guys interested in like... whiskey? Are you interested in whiskey? Or is that not something you're interested in? Let me go studio mode. Okay, then I won't talk about it. But I got a new bottle for New Year's Eve. I know it's a bit early, but I saw it and I was like, gotta have it. I need to go here. Because I need to refresh my main camera. Okay, let's see if that has... Okay, let's see if that fixed it. Is that a Ryobi drill? No, it's a very cheap Power Plus drill. Damn it, it didn't fix it. Okay, so it's not the USB port. But I have two bottles that I've yet to open. I've got a Lefroy 10, which is like a very normal peated whiskey. But then I bought... let me get it. I bought a Cotswold single malt peated whiskey. And I'm saving it for New Year's Eve. Show all your whiskey. You got a blue label? No. The problem is people are not that interested in whiskey. So whereas cameras are a lot easier to go into. Also, my knowledge about whiskey is not that big. So what's the price of a blue label? You're talking about Johnny Walker, right? In euros would be, but it depends on the edition, really. But like in general, let me see, it's about $200, 200 euros, which is pricey, but not too pricey for a whiskey, you know. So 20, yeah, about that much. More beer guy, we are gonna have a lot of fun. Since the IRL stream has been a success in like the technical aspect at least, I want to do a lot more like cultural things, right? That are like typical things that we would do, and beer tasting. Beer is a big aspect in Belgian culture, so we are gonna do. I have plans. Let's just keep it at that. Went to drunk stream? No. Not drunk stream. But like visiting breweries or visiting like some of the abbeys that still brew beer is something that is fun, right? Seeing the process of how beer is made and stuff. Mildly bus stream. Hello, alarm. Hello. How you doing? Yeah, that's something we can do. That's also something we can do, like we could do like beer tastings as well. Doing good. How I'm doing well. I have water, and I have a supplement cocktail because it's winter, and I don't see the sun anymore. I go to work when it's dark. Okay, it's getting annoying. I don't know what it is. Um, can I make a shot glass of whiskey? Not whiskey, but I'll have a shot. Yeah, I wouldn't shot whiskey, or maybe not. Depends on the whiskey, but probably not whiskey. I want to enjoy whiskey. This camera is getting annoying, and I need to fix it. I need to figure out what that is. Let me see. Okay, before we get started. Your old monk rum? No, but I've got rum. I've got whiskey. I've got most liquor that you need for cocktails. So, change the POV. I know, but I need. It's only when I'm streaming, which is weird. So I'm gonna see if it's a USB problem. Let me see USB hubs. When you switch to USBs, it got worse. I can switch it back. Get into a port. Let's see. Okay. Because it might just be the capture card I'm working with. Video mode. Go back to my what is it? GX80. Refresh it. So now it's plugged, and now it's not in a hub. Damn it. GX80. I think it's the capture card. But I don't have another capture card. So this is the one that we have to deal with. Materialize one. I mean, it is a very cheap thing, but still. I want to see if it's as bad as it was before. Doesn't look like it's too bad. You know what? We'll keep an eye on it. If it gets too problematic, let me know. I'll change to a different angle. But I like this camera angle. But we have a project on our hands. I am recording 2 episodes at once, which might not be a good thing because productivity. But on the other hand, I always know something to do. I've been very productive over at the starter base. Right now, we are very close to spawn. I think we can see spawn from here. Not yet. It's about 200 blocks that way. So I think I should see the dirt pillar, or did you see the dirt pillar? Come on. That dirt pillar right there is spawn, right? This little land bridge island type thing is where we're going to build our first city. But before we can do any planning, I need to get rid of all the trees. So that's what we're doing on stream today. We're doing the trees. We'll do some mild terraforming in the form of we're going to take down some of the high spots on the land and stuff, which I did bring a drill for. And then from that point on, I think it's all going to be planning. No, I do want to do some planning. I want to plan like the major like train where I want a general area for like train station and industrial stuff. General area for like a harbor. I feel like this would be the best spot for the harbor. Because those areas, right, are going to dictate roads. And so we're going to do that. This right here is the top of that hill. Is going to be the main square. I'm going to take down those high spots, but this is going to be like the main square with all the important buildings though. So that's the plan for today. And yeah, a lot of these are going to be fairly simple. We're mostly going to use the axe because these are not too big. I did bring a saw for the more difficult ones. But yeah, there we go. We're off to the races. This isn't going to be a very industrial city, in the sense that this city won't have a lot of farms in it. I want this city to be a hub and a place that just is like a, I mean hub would be the correct word, I think. Everything passes through this city. Every piece of material, every train line will go to the city. This is like your capital city, right? Hello, Eye of the Night. Welcome in. How you doing? We're glad you've been enjoying the villages and cities we've been building, because that's what we're doing right now. Why is there mutton and wool on the ground? Okay. I want all the wood though, because I don't have a wood farm yet, which is kind of like barbaric with the amount of building I've been doing. But yeah. But the sheep, I think, was a wolf. I think there's wolves on this island. That would make the most sense. Don't see why a skeleton would just attack a sheep. Thoughts on building castles? I like castles. I do think that they have their time and place. I think for this world we're in a time frame where castles are already a thing of the past, right? Maybe some of them have been reused as like factories, but I think we're in a time frame where castles are not a primary status symbol, you know? Castle ruins. We could do a ruin or two, yeah. That's for sure. That for sure. I don't want to fall in the habit of like going back to standard medieval, a standard medieval building practice, you know. Yeah, we could have... Yeah, that's something we could do. That's true. But that's like... later, you know? That's later. We want to get some of our cities up first, and then we'll see what happens with the area around it. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's all of those. Some of these larger, like this one, I want to reuse as like a pond or a lake that's in the city. Maybe something that feeds, that's feeding from a aqueduct or something. Because cities would have a water reserve somewhere for if burning like if there was a fire, they would want a water reserve, right? We could also just have it fill up and then run down into the river. Might also be an option. This is what we're doing today. We're just kind of speculating what we can do with this area. I've got the name of the city, but that's about it. And its purpose. That's what I have. I've got the name and the purpose of the city, but that's about it. I don't know what it's going to look like, what's going to be in it. Except for a starter hub for new players. Because we want to be thinking about the fact that we want to open this world up eventually to new players, right? We're building up a world that has a bunch of games, and once in a while, a new player will enter this world, and they will start from this city. That's the basic idea. Also, the reason why I want to do it first, because then I already have my hub and I can connect every city just to this one, right? If we build a new city somewhere at the other side of the map, we can just lead it back to here, and from there on out we already have an established road to anywhere else, basically. Which between cities? I mean, trains, yes. Trains are going to be a major part, but I need to look into development of Steam and Rails, see how far they are, because otherwise I'm going to start with just basic train connections with the basic train rails from Create. The thing is, I don't want to have to... It's in beta, but yeah, I know, but I've heard the beta is not stable yet. They moved it out of alpha? Really? That's good, though. City having a water supply, perhaps logger, carpenter, location, blacksmith. Yeah, so those were all like the blacksmith, logging. First of all, this is an industrial city, or an industrial civilization, right? So it wouldn't just be a logger, it would be a logging company, more so, that would have huge fields. So this city would use this, would probably import their wood and not have it on site. But we could have like a tinkerer's quarter, where it's like a lot of craftsmen have their workshops over there. And of course they work with imported goods, but they still work the wood and like the steel that they get imported. Right? I think that's the kind of vibe I'm going with. I want to make a city that's all like all wood production as well. I feel like a city, like designating cities to a certain production, is a good thing to start. Oh, I just broke my axe. Chat, you have to tell me when my axe is low, because I'm not thinking about it. Oh god. Yeah, see, that's why I want to get a location for the harbor. I want to get a location for where the general train station is going to be, or like the train yard is going to be. And then central power I want to do as well, right? And then I'm not talking about like steam power. I'm talking about where your seat of power would be, right? Where your heart of the city is, where the nobles live. And from there you can just kind of connect the roads, fill in the rest with houses. A lot of the houses are going to be shells, basically. I don't think I'm going to do a lot of interiors for the houses. I don't know. Because I kind of want to go the whole MMO RPG kind of style, or RPG kind of style, where only the important buildings have an interior and the rest you just can't enter. Also, look at how big the town has gotten. Look at how big the town has gotten. I've been doing a lot of work. Let's grab ourselves a new axe. Do we have one that's not enchanted? That's not good. Fire protection. Silk touch and efficiency 3. Do we have unbreaking 3? Not really any good. Or maybe we have some in here though. Enchanted books would be an ingredient, right? Yes. Okay. No. Calming vibrance. Yeah, it's very much trying. I tried to make like a hamlet kind of thing, right? Where it's just like locals setting up whatever they need. So we have unbreaking and mending. That's not the problem. It's more so the fact that I need something on there that you know, efficiency would be key, right? Wait, how am I out of experience already? That's kind of crazy. That I have to go into my backup stock of experience this early on. Efficiency wouldn't be key. Oh, you're a funny one, aren't you? I mean, it's normal that I have to be here for it to be loaded, but I thought I had a bigger backup. Efficiency 3. What book was this? Efficiency 3 as well. Ideally, we would get efficiency 5, but you know what? I'm gonna wait on that turn. Efficiency 4. Is better, not great. Oh, ideal. Version 3 efficient. Oh, dude, look at that. There we go. And then we just need to put mending on it. Gonna use you as... what's in here? I think it's unbreaking. I'm not sure. Mending. Cost 3, of course it does. There we go. Printing books, yeah. Did you not know? That's probably my favorite thing about what is it? What's that called? The enchanting mod, the create enchanting mod. You can spray. I can't. Yeah, you can. That's the one. Enchantment industry has a printer for books, but I mean you can do more than books. You can like rename items with it. So if you want like tokens that have a name, you can use those. Eventually we're gonna add numismatics to this mod pack, right? Right, we're gonna do numismatics, and I want to have a name for all the coins. I also need a way to produce all the coins, and I don't think that's in there. Did you add wind chimes? No, not yet. Not yet. I need to like revise the moment I'm starting to add different mods. I need to like add a bunch of them and then make my own pack with all the additions to it. Yeah, I know. I've got them all pinned in my own Discord. I saved them. Okay, we haven't done a lot, but it's looking better. I got like a scope of the environment now. So let's get cutting, I guess. It's such a waste of time to get your drill out for all these trees, right? Because taking out the drill, turning the drill, backing it back up. Dogs have owners, cats have staff. Fair, but also, you know. I'm not saying no to it. Dude, I have a new shampoo and it's taken all the like volume out of my hair. I don't like it. I'm gonna go back to my old one. That's a very small piece of paper. Take a shot. Not now, but I'll add it to the jar. Let's see. Which color do you want, James? What color do you want? Green and purple. I don't have purple. I have blue though. I can do green and blue. I got these colors. That works? Okay. There we go. I'll add it to the gumball machine after stream. It is filling up nicely. Also, I am planning. I need to see if it works, but I have. You know how we're doing Jingle Jam next? Not this weekend, but next weekend, where we do the stream weekend with the server. I am planning on setting the $5 donation to a challenge. So if you donate $5, I need to pull a challenge. I might not do them all at once because I imagine because it's for charity, we'll get a lot more $5 donations. But I'll stack them up and then we'll get through them in all the streams following that one or those. I'll do as much as I can in the weekend itself, but you know, we'll see how far we can get. I need to figure out how to link my StreamerBot to the platform that we're using for the fundraiser. And my Mirror Wars, I don't know what that is. What's Mirror Wars? Dude, how? What? Huh? Why am I using this axe? Clash of Clans? Oh, okay. Yeah, I never really got into Clash of Clans. Well, that's not worth it. I do want your heads, though. There you go. Beautiful. PETA incoming. As long as they bring their bread, it's good. Then they can come. Otherwise, I don't really need them, you know? I have another question for you guys. Would you guys be interested in a D&D run? That's question 1. 2, who would you want to see in a D&D run, in a D&D campaign? And then 3, how do you reach out to people to play D&D with you when you don't really have anyone? If you don't have Peter Brand, don't come to X. Yeah, exactly. Dude, it's been kind of crazy. I've been losing a lot of. I've been on a weight cut for the past few months, and I've been craving things. D&D, a big game to see that. Dude, I've been craving a D&D campaign so badly, but I want to make it a creator D&D campaign. You know how creators sometimes get together and do like a campaign. It doesn't have to be in person. We can do it all digitally. But I don't know who would be game for it. And also, I'm not the kind of person that enjoys reaching out to people. You know? And I don't want to do it with random people. I want to do it with people that I know would really get into it. I'm not an experienced D&D player, so I would want to have some experienced people in there as well. So that they can kind of guide me or any other newer player. Ask Stam, lol. I mean, I don't think Stam. I can ask him, sure, but I don't think he's one for TTRPGs. I want to join. Yeah, but you know, I want it to be a creator D&D campaign. It doesn't have to be a YouTube. Well, like a YouTube. A Minecraft creator, just anyone, really. I'm not picky. As long as they really get into it. and I can like, I don't want to do viewers. That's like bordering parasocial, that parasocial line. I'm not saying it's any of you, but yeah, that's just for me. Just opposed to mutuals to see a brief campaign, but I think you'd want to play. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to. I don't want to DM it. I don't want to dungeon master. I don't want to be game master it. Right. I don't want to. I'm not experienced enough in the game to be a game master for an actual campaign that's made for content, right? Yes, I like making stories and storylines, but I don't think I'd be experienced enough to be a game master for my first actual campaign. I could ask. I know Trollash is into, but I think he play. I don't know. I don't know what he plays. I could ask him, see if he has some insight into it all. Well, let me sleep. Yeah, I like D&D. I don't know. I want to just, I don't know. Maybe we do like a one shot to start off with. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, those are all good. We're gonna need to do a bit of terraforming on this island, I think, to really make it suitable for a city. It's too vertical at this point. I like that there's a height difference, but to like that is too vertical of a drop, which might be a bonus. We might have the slums down there, you know. One shots or a short adventure. Short adventure be like 3 to 5 sessions. Yeah, I know. I know what they are. I feel like people would get. The problem with this is where Minecraft content creators falter, is everyone is always working on something, right? Everyone always has some build to finish or something to plan or whatever. Not a lot of people. I feel like this is. I don't know if it's an actual truth or not, but I feel like everyone is always busy with something. I am always busy with something. So I feel like the Minecraft creator community is not the one to ask, because they'll just go, oh, but I have this thing to build, right? Scheduling the yeah, exactly. And if I need to, and here's another problem that I have then. If I need to do this, I would want to make content out of it, because that would be one day of, I would lose an entire recording day to do this. Right? No, I don't want you guys to ask anyone. If I reach out, I want to have a plan. I want to have an actual like pitch, an elevator pitch for those people that I reach out to. I want to know who I reach out to. I don't want to go about it haphazardly. I feel like that would be almost counterproductive to just, you know? It would be kind of counterproductive. I mean, yeah, no. Live play and video edited afterwards. I mean, we can do both. I don't see why one should cancel out the other. The problem is they take a lot. I mean, like a session would quickly be up to 2-3 hours. Then you've got prep. You've got you gotta count on delays. You gotta count on everything, right? Which, you know, not great. And then you gotta think about, what do we do with ad breaks? Do we just keep going during an ad break? Do we... Channel points? Yeah, I know. I want to do something I want to do something different with the waifu redeem, but I'm still setting up, or still trying stuff out, really. So for now, it's out of the points. Yeah, I based no, nothing like that. I was thinking, like, the anime thing is not really in my brand, really. I don't really watch anime as well, so I don't know if it's... I didn't think it'd be fitting on the channel. Egg-based waifus. Imagine that. I mean, I've done productions as well, but the thing is, most of those productions are not based around a creator that needs ad revenue for their, you know, for their pay at the end of the month, to earn their bread, to earn their keep, because, you know, that's kind of the problem. Whereas content creators, usually they depend on that ad revenue, so you can't tell a content creator, oh, you can join the D&D thingy, but you can't run ads through it. You know, you can't run ads during the campaign because people are gonna miss out on stuff. So that's kind of where I'm hitting my head on the wall. I'm not at a point where I need the ad revenue, because this is not my main source of income. This isn't even a source of income, I would say. I don't earn anything out of this, or at least very close to nothing. But for others, it is. Even if it's not their main source of income, it's a source of income that they need. The last one were all kind of, no one needed none of them. Yeah, I know, but that's one situation. I'm talking about in general. Content creators live off of ad revenue. I don't know. I just... You know what it is? I just want to see if anyone is starting a campaign and if I can join. That's kind of the thing. I don't want to run it. I don't want to be the one that has to do all the planning things, because I don't have time for it. I don't have time to do all the planning stuff. I have a full-time job next to this, so if I have to do all the planning and have to do all the production and have to do all of this and then also have to do the event, I don't think I'll have time for it. And if I do something like this, I do want to do it good. Like, I don't want to half-ass it. Job, yuck. Yeah. Dude, it's been a rough couple of weeks at work. I hope it'll get better, but it's been busy. I hear witches. Why? Oh, I was gonna say, why are we still standing? Because of that. Okay, what does an hour of... Oh, look at that. Look at the progress. So what my plan is for this already is cut down those two peaks, right? That little cave, we don't need it. Then I feel like everything would come level to here. So all of this needs to go, right? Can burn it all down. No, I have fire tick off. And then that would be or even that level. That would be like the main city hill, right? And then we would come down from there. I also feel like I don't need to get rid of all the trees just yet. So let's see where we're going. I feel like, yeah, we want to clear this hill over here. Maybe we go to that hut. And then from that hut to that post over there is, I think, a good one. I've seen one-off runs like that go... Everyone clip reels. Being able to monetize their truths. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know. I've been way too into the whole D&D side of YouTube, and I'm craving it. Also, doesn't help that the Critical Role campaign that they just started is way too good. It's so good. I like it a lot. I know there was a lot of people that were like, "Oh, Matt Mercer's not dungeon mastering it, or is not a game master in this one. What are we to do?" But I do think that Brandon Lee Mulligan is a great game master as well. It's not just he's a great storyteller. The way he structures his campaigns is crazy. I don't know how to explain it, but I like it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop here, and then all the players are very good, delving into the worlds. Yeah, I know. it does help that they're actors and like voice actors and they do what they're doing, right? And that they've been doing this for this long helps. But still, the way that they talk about their characters and the world that they're in is so cool. I should keep the house and just lightly modify it. No, this house is going. Or maybe we just move it like across the water as like a little like hermit fisher hut. But this is all going to become city. Like, and when I say city, think about like 1700 Paris type city. Right? Very the vibe I want to go with is this is elite city, right? These are elites. These are not working class people. They don't need the infrastructure of factories to carry on their wealth, right? It's old money, basically. Anything like that's key to communicate. Speak communicative. Question engage story. Yeah, interaction. Yeah, I know. But I don't think I can do that. As a dungeon master, I don't think I'd cut out to be just dungeon master. I would love to be able to do it, but I don't think I could. And that's okay. That's fine. Not everyone has the same skill set, you know? What I think I'd be good at is finding loopholes in situations. I would actually like read the rules and nitpick them. Write everything down. Also, I do like the idea of building a world. A fictitious, fictitious, is that a word? Fictitious? No. Fictitious. You're the party lore master? Dude, I would. I love lore. Like, in general. I love, like, all the random facts and all the random things people want to know about. Fictitious is a word. Oh. Nice. I don't know what kind of class I would play though. If I were to make a character, no, let's say, you know what, chat, let's do this. If you would be a character, a D&D character, right? What class would you be? What would be your character sheet, your basics? What class was your race? What, your alignments? What are we talking about? Yeah, that's the stuff I would be. I would want to be. I need to get out like the character sheet rulebook. I don't know all the classes just yet. Other than create, I believe it or not, I'm not like I don't have a lot of experience with modern Minecraft outside of create and like the mods that I have played with. on video, so I don't really have an industrial mod that I would say like that's my I know enough about it to have a favorite, you know. I know Create like really well because this is my fourth project using Create, but I'm not a modded Minecraft player. I wouldn't count myself as somebody who I'm not like Chosen, who knows modpacks in and out. Let me cut through here. Learn niche info about. I mean, I liked the just create aspect because we had to find ways around the things that we usually do, like with drawers, right, or sophisticated backpacks. And just having to go outside of that bucket also taught us a lot. I feel like a lot of us learned things about Create that we didn't know. So it's not just you, it's us as well. And then the fact that it was a whole new update kind of forced us to learn the update really well. I feel like all of us have a really good grasp on how the system now works. I feel like I could explain it to anyone. Does it always work? No. Night night, DK. Hope you have a nice sleep. Right? Does the system always work? No. Is it the best optimized city system out there? Not at all. Now that I have drawers back, I find myself going back to drawers more than ever because the package system in Create, although it's fun and it's cool to see the packages going around, and it's good to have transportation for like transportation between buildings. On a short distance, it's actually bothersome. It lags out too much. It's not reliable. So sticking with the drawers helps. Also, drawers help you eliminate a lot of belts. So that also helps. I need to keep an eye on where I'm going, because I'm aiming for that right there. So I'm gonna go up till that like cliff thingy. Foxy's issues with packages from his tree farm. Yeah, exactly. It's not the most reliable system out there. It's fun though, like it's different enough that no other mod has done this, or at least has such an integrated system to do stuff like this. At least I don't know any other mods that have a system like this. So it does set them apart, and it is fun. I will use it, and I still use it from time to time, but it's not an optimized way to send mass production over. I still think a train with a vault in there, right? And just fill up that vault with whatever you need to transport is a better way than doing packages. Although the post boxes do help with trains because they're not as finicky as the item. What are they called? The item interfaces. Because you gotta line up those item interfaces perfectly. Whereas post boxes are linked to the station, so whenever a train pulls into a station, everything gets unloaded immediately. And that idea is great. That's lovely. Now, the fact that a package only holds 9 stacks is kind of like, okay, but how do we make mass? How do we do like mass transportation with only 9 stacks a package? Immersive engineering did right with their conveyors. Don't love. That's great. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, any modern Minecraft world is gonna get laggy from time to time. So I'm also gonna do. This is something I will have to keep in mind if I want to do 8 cities. If I want to make this an actual world, I am gonna have to turn off all the farms. You know. And even with, like, even when turning off all the farms, it's still gonna be laggy. Pallet. Oh, dude, pallets would be cool. You know what? That's maybe not something that Create should add on their own, but that would be a great addition to like Steam and Rails, right? Because they're all about train transportation and stuff. That would be a great thing for Steam and Rails to add. Or another add-on that you can add to Steam and Rails. But yeah, that's a great idea. Or like a big crate. Instead of a package, having a big crate. Like a wooden crate. You know? And a wooden crate would hold, I don't know, 2 inventories worth of. No, a crate. So what when I'm thinking about a crate, I'm thinking about like a 4x4 block, right? A wooden crate, and this would hold like 4 chests worth of items. And it would act the same as a package on a train, right? You would have to have depots on trains to be able to transport them. But so the system would still be the same, right? You would still use the whole like the whole like post box kind of thing, but you would just be able to transport a lot more items. I like how faults are. Yeah, but multi-blocks as multi-blocks has you know, you got to keep in mind that packages are an entity, not a block, right? And multi-block entities are not a thing. Yes, you can make entities with multi-block structures, such as iron golems, but once they turn into a golem, it's one entity. So I want them to be, I want a bigger form of package, a crate, right? In its entity form, it would still it would be the size of a block, right? Because a package is like almost half the size of a block, right? So the crate would be about the size of a block in its item form. But once you place it, it would be 4x4. You could barrel with wood to make it great. Except, yeah, or like, I don't know. I don't know what I would do as like, because that would imply that it only holds 1 barrel of contents, right? It only has the inventory size of a barrel. I would do like in a crafting table. I don't know. You don't craft packages, you know? You would just need to have a system, a way to, maybe there we could do like a multi-block system where you just have a certain configuration of packagers that make a crate, right? I don't think you would craft a crate. You don't craft a package as well. You just get a package out of a packager. So you would have to have something that makes the crate for you. That isn't a crafting solution. Maybe you just need like a brass packager instead of a normal one. And the brass packager is capable of making crates instead of packages. Or you can set it to like a crate size. If the crate is only one inventory full. A bulk packager? Oh yeah, maybe like a bulk packager. But then you use brass instead of iron to craft it. And you would be able to set the inventory size. So if you only want to transport one chest worth of items, you can change those in the settings. I would say a maximum of 8 chests worth of inventory. And a minimum of 1 chest. I feel like that would be a good game system. And so you could just, on the output of your farm, you can put one of those packagers, a bulk packager, and then you're done. And you just set it to the preferred delivery. So if you want it to always output 1 stack, there you go. Or one chest full, there you go, done. If you want it to output 8 chests fulls of items, there you go. And then the smithing template, you can find a smithing that upgrade the packager to the bulk for. You could also do that, yeah. But I feel like that would kind of put off people of using them, because then you would have to find another smithing template, you know. Whereas if you're working on production, that's not really your goal. I don't know. The idea definitely needs fine-tuning, but I like the idea. So, for all of those in chat that are looking to make the next create add-on, there you go. You can have that ID free of charge. The next big create add-on. Bulk packaging. I feel like you would get a lot of downloads though, if you do it. I feel like a lot of people would kind of pick up on it. I am not smart enough to do all the coding. That would be involved in it. So, also I don't have the time for it. I'm too busy writing lore and building houses. Okay, let's see, where are we? Okay, we want to clear out this part and then we're gonna go all around. Okay, chat, we still have a long way to go. What time is it? I can stream longer today, so I don't really have anything I need to do tonight. Also, gym was brutal yesterday, so I don't want to move too much. I don't know why, but it was worse than usual. Like, when you go to the gym, you expect to be uncomfortable. You know, you're not going to the gym to have a good time. You can enjoy the gym, sure, but you're not going to have a good time. the thing is, I usually like Wednesdays because that's like back and bicep, right? For some reason, it was worse. I quite enjoy back. Hello, Mr. YHNL2011. I don't know what that name, what your name is, but sure. I'll enjoy it. I kind of like the feeling of just, you know, pushing that last wrap out on the last set. I like that feeling. The part that I don't like about the gym is going to the gym. Once I'm there, I'm good, but getting there is the hard part. I mean, James, you're talking about somebody whose username is eggs98. Who shows his entire face on stream. I mean, okay, fair. I could have been born in 1898. That's true. I could have been born in 1898. That's canon now. I'm over 140. I'm almost 150 years old. X was born in 1698. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So you're a traveling egg? No. I'm a vampire. I don't age. Which is why he has such a good point of reference for these kinds of towns. Yeah, this is why. Also, this is why I know everything about the city that we walked through on Sunday. It's just I've lived here for ages now, centuries. You mean? Yeah, exactly. That's when the egg was invented. That's when I invented the egg. So I could give it my name. I was the first inventor of the egg. Yeah, exactly. I've been drained of all my money. Even after the invention of the egg, I should have patented it, you know? I should have patented it. Then the chicken came along and he stole my idea. Damn chickens. It's a whole new idea on Sentry. See, this is why I think I would do good in a D&D campaign. We just made an idea out of nothing, and then we just ran with it. I feel like I would. This proves that I would be a good D&D player. I don't know for sure, but you know. The chicken pulled a Thomas Edison on you? Yeah, exactly. Stole my freaking patent.
Imagine living for 1,002,123 years and being poor.
Okay, I'm not poor. But yeah, fair. Imagine being that old and not being able to have a house with a dedicated desk office in it. Yeah, that's true. Relatively poor considering your age. So much time to get rich. Fair. I don't know, I was slacking off. Wait, are we talking about the egg age or are we talking about my actual age? Because if it's the actual age, I feel attacked. All you had to do is buy Bitcoin, dude. Yeah, exactly. I had to invent Bitcoin. Why can't I hear anything? Because you're deaf or muted. Buy Bitcoin at the ripe old age of 30,345. Yeah, exactly. Then there was this the great X scam of 1598. Yeah. Also, stocks have been plummeting because chickens are getting diseases and stuff. So it's all going downhill. It's all going downhill. The chickens are doing insider trading. Yeah, exactly. They're freaking jerks. Freaking jerks. RP Express? No, I haven't. I'm actually not that much of a gamer outside of Minecraft. And like Pokemon and Zelda. Those are the 3 games I've really bitten my teeth in, but that's about it. It's in Minecraft too? Oh, really? Then no, I haven't. It's an Among Us type game. I don't know if I'd be good at Among Us. I don't know if I'd be good at Among Us. I would want to see if they referenced harpies correctly, though. Because I feel like a lot of people get harpies incorrect. Oh, we got a mineshaft. Dr. Forti has a 3-hour. Sounds like a train name. It kind of does, but also if it's got the name Harpy in it, there has to be a reference to a Harpy in it, right? That's like saying the Polar Express is going through the equator. It's based on a train, I don't remember which one. We could take a little break after. You know what? Let's do this. We're gonna take down this, and then we'll take a little break, do some cool research. Also, I need a little. I'll need a little stretching in the legs, you know. Oh, chat! I did fix the microphones. You know how in the stream that we did Sunday there was a lot of wind and a lot of like sounds. I figured out how to put noise cancelling on the microphones. Isn't Mariah Carey, not Mr. Carey, freezing already? I mean, technically, where I live, it's gonna be like from next weekend on. After the 6th of December, everything is gonna go full on Christmas mode. I know that in the US it's a lot easier, but we have a holiday in between today, because I think, isn't today in the US Thanksgiving? Wait, have you not heard? No, I haven't. I have not. As I said, I'm not somebody who usually plays anything else than what I'm playing. Yeah, no. I'm not usually playing anything else than what I'm playing, so yesterday's Thanksgiving. Yeah, see, we have a holiday on the 6th of December. That is like very big, and then after that it's Christmas. Content SMPs? I don't know, dude. He made a space mod. No competition. Okay. I don't know the guy. I don't know the guy. So you can all say, oh, how did you not know about this guy? Aren't you a Minecraft creator? There's a lot of things happening in Minecraft all the time, so. Just staying on a holiday, to be honest. Yeah, but you know, it's big. It's big. It's always all the stores are dressing up for it. So when this passes, when the 6th turns over to 7, all the decorations for that holiday go down, and it all becomes Christmas. Then it all turns Christmas. And that's when the whole Mariah gets, you know, she's here once or twice now, but then it's all the time. Grinch? No, we have a holiday called Saint Nicholas, which is kind of like the predecessor of Santa Claus, but Saint Nicholas comes on the night of the 5th. So when the 5th goes over to 6th, that's the night. When he comes over here and he gives presents to children. And also he gives clementines, which is why all of these mandarins are very cheap at the moment. He's way cooler than Santa. In certain aspects, yeah. Other aspects, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't really celebrate anything. Like, I'll celebrate Christmas with my family, but not because it's Christmas. Just because I can see my entire family. I don't have any kids, shocking, right? So I don't feel the need to celebrate Saint Nicholas as well. I don't celebrate. Usually when I celebrate anything, it's mostly just a social aspect of it. The only thing I do is I read the whole backstories, though. There we go. No, I don't. I'm single. Who would have thought? Right? Who would have thought that the social awkward dude who plays Minecraft sometimes 10+ hours a day does not have a girlfriend? At the moment, not necessarily. Not looking for anything. You're asking it like you're selling? What? Oh, yeah. Kind of. I don't really care about it. Ba-da-ba-da. Selling girlfriend, 500 gold. I mean, that's quite steep, 500 gold for a girlfriend. That's a lot of wood that you need to sell. Unless they change the prices. Because it's been a long time since I've opened up RuneScape. Okay, any more? Then we're gonna take down that last patch over there as well. None of you have a gold farm? True. But that's in Minecraft. Wait, is there gold farms in RuneScape? See, this is how long it's been. I never got serious about it either. Do any of you remember Tribal Wars? Do any of you guys remember Tribal Wars? More open than Santa? What do you mean more open? Also, that conversation stopped like 20 minutes ago. What do you mean more open? Yeah, sure, I know, but he still he still comes at night. You can't catch him at night. You gotta be in bed at night because otherwise he won't come. Gotta be nice, otherwise he won't come. You gotta be very nice, otherwise his helpers will put you in a bag and take you back to Spain so you can work in the factory. Right? Also, have you guys seen the Austrian Krampus tradition? Dude, them dudes are great. I want to see it in real life. Have you seen the Austrian Krampus traditions that they do? They're so cool. They're so cool. Okay, look at that. Look at how much we've cut down. This was all forest. Now, the only thing that we really have to do is the backside. I'm going to stop recording, though, for a second. The backside I want to clear as well. And then I think we've got like another hour and a half of tree chopping. That's good progress. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to grab another Clementine because I haven't had dinner yet, and I'll be right back. Talk about old weird traditions that you have that are still TOS friendly, please. Dirt cult? Who's in the dirt cult? Okay. As a little break, I want to do a little bit more research on like mods like numismatic, how they work, how you get the coins, stuff like that. Oh boy, I don't know where that came from. Oh, okay. Again, I don't know that guy, so I don't know all the insider jokes. Okay, let's pull up numismatics. Numismatics mod. Does anyone know what that is? What that mod is? Does anyone know? Or do I have to like tell you guys about it? Question mark. Why numismatics in single player? Because it's not gonna stay single player. So okay, let me. That's maybe that's a good way to a good place to start. Let's pull up Paint. Let's pull up Paint, chat. Let's pull up Paint. Let me run you back down. About because I did this when I started the project, or before we started the project. And I'm gonna do this again because I do think that's a good thing to get like started. So the idea of this series is that we have two aspects of the game, right? We've got the single player ones, right? Single player, which is all the building, automation. Don't talk about my freaking handwriting, but automation. And then we also have games, right? Building of games. Okay, let's do game design, right? Then we also have the aspect that once in a while I'll open up the world to a server, to a multiplayer. How I'm going to do that, we'll figure out when I get to it. But all of these games, right, that we're going to be building in this world to fill out the world, I want people to be able to play, right? Open it, no, ankle, not open or private. It's gonna be private. It's gonna be creator. So what I wanna, eventually the goal is, I don't know if we'll get to it, but my goal for this project is have a set weekend. Let's say it's the first weekend of the month, right? Where I open up the server for 3 days, Friday through Sunday, for instance, right? And then content creators that are whitelisted can join the server for either an hour in that weekend or 3 days in a row, whatever, and play all the games, right? We'll call it, this will be an event, right? And each event will get updated because, you know, games will be added, games will be changed, so on and so on. The events will need a way to run. And because we're going to have multiple events, players are going to be able to build up their character, their inventory, I would say. And what I want to do is I want to add a system, how do we pay for games? How do we upgrade our gear? How do we get food? Because this part right here is going to be an adventure mode, right? So they will not be able to farm anything. Adventure mode. They can only interact with the things that they are allowed to interact with. So we can't have a system that relies on diamonds. We can't have a system that relies on emeralds or whatever as a monetary value. So we'll have to find something else, which is where numismatics comes in place. This thing. Why it hasn't? Because I'm allergic to a lot of things. The thing is, I want this to. I don't care about like the bank ideas. I want this to be a physical value that they will have to carry around. I've been thinking about how I would allow them. So this city, Agnithra, where we're working on right now, this area is going to be their starting position. In their starting area, they will get a backpack, a basic backpack. Or not, I wouldn't even give them a backpack. I would give them a book with some of the rules, right? A map with all the cities on it. And I think that, and like a basic amount of money, right? And then they can buy backpacks, they can buy all the stuff that they need to travel around the world. That's the goal. So the thing is, how does one get currency? Is this just something that you have to like, do these have a recipe or not? No, I don't see it in here. Create, because I know this is from the same developers of Steam and Rails, right? You need to add numismatic recipe. Then we'll have to do that. Yes. Because I don't care about it. I just need a lot of it. And we are updated to the version that we're on. That's good. Let me see numismatic. Recipes. Okay, so that's just making the small one, which is fine. Wait, there's no way of making just the like middle ones. I believe all have recipes. Oh, they do, yeah. Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, and this is very balanced. This I would only make like two, right? I would make like maybe like a sprocket and a bevel, right? And then these would automatically be in the game, right? Because you can exchange these for those. Or is that not how it goes? I would only make either these two or these three. And like with the bank, yes, okay. and then give the players like their spurs, like 16 spurs, for instance. When they enter, and then they would have to earn more money while playing the games. How do we like this system? How do we like the idea of this world where people just join, get a little bit of money, everyone starts off with the same amount of money, and then they have to play games with to make more money, or they could gamble it all away. I could also do like a quest line where they have to like talk to NPCs all over the world. But those are like ideas for when we actually get close to a place where we can do this. But that's where, just so y'all know, that's where my mind is now. That's the idea I'm working towards. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Yes. Is yes good? Is yes bad? I mean, do you like the idea? Oh, also, one thing that we could also add, I don't know, I don't know how much this would, how viable of a situation this would be, is like retrievement quests where one NPC is like broken down next to the road to the city, for instance, and they need a shaft to repair their cart, and then they have to go into the city, go and get a shaft somewhere, bring it back, stuff like that. That's kind of the idea. That is kind of the idea. So this is something I definitely want to add, and then we'll add the recipes as well. I think that's about it. That's all I really need for now. Like the idea that I need. I just wanted to check if these have had recipes or not. Okay, let's go back over here. So for now, I think the map would be easiest to do this, right? Can we take screenshots of the map? Oh, we can. Export maps. Okay. Let me open this up in Paint as well. So, are you gonna look into, I mean, is it gonna help me with my project? Yes or no? If it is, maybe. Maybe not today, but maybe in the future. So I would say this hill, right? This hill would be our like main part of the city, right? We would have like the main square somewhere right over here, and then all the important buildings alongside of it. Then the harbor, let's do a harbor in blue. That makes sense. Would sit like right here. Maybe even some smaller docks over here for like fishing boats or like river travel. But this would be like our dock. We could have like a nice lighthouse over here. We could also close it in, right? A bit like safety, with like a safety harbor thing. Looks like an egg. I kind of want to make this as like a flywheel, right? Boom. Concentric. All the main roads leading out of it. But that's for when we actually have an idea. Egerton? No. Then like train station, I feel like would make more sense on this side of the island. Either that or over here. Either we have train yard, so that's both for import and export, right? So all the trains would go through here. The thing is, if I do it over here, I can't pass through. I can't have cities. I mean, I can. But it's going to be a lot harder to get cities through here, to get trains through the city. Whereas if I put like a train station here, right? And we have the border of the actual city go water, right? And we take in this entire, or like half of the island. If this would be the city, right? Having the train station here kind of makes sense. And then we can run trains like there, trains over here. Because our starter base is this direction, right? A lot of the cities are going to be that direction or this direction. Can we make a motto, walk through life with a sunny side up? We could, yeah. So train station would make sense over here. That would result in a city that kind of looks like this. Let me get, I don't want to do green. Let me get rid of the lines real quick. Stick you. So this would be our industrial slash trading center, right? Something like that. No. Yeah, no, it kind of makes sense. I want to put a bunch of games in this corner over here. Like so. So these would be games. Trading. So this would be where people go to buy stuff. Right? This looks massive on a map. You're gonna see that this is gonna look a lot smaller. Admin stuff, right? And harbor. I feel like harbor can kind of like blend in here. We could put some dry docks in here. And then nothing of these is like set in stone, right? We're gonna fill up every nook and cranny with a house eventually. But like train stations, we could have like an internal tram network as well that takes you over the river. I do feel like we need a good sense of bridges. This would make a good bridge right here, although that kind of relies on having roads. So this will also be part of the harbor. One of the roads, what color do we do? That's purple roads. One of the roads are gonna lead right here, and this is gonna run straight through here because that is gonna be a gateway out of the city. I feel like this would be another good spot to lead out of the city, and then we'll have one of these go down to the station, right? Hello and welcome in. Then from the station, we have, again, some more roads. We have one of them will lead right here. Boom. This one. I'm thinking. Let's have one of these go from that second harbor up till this road. And then we'll have a bridge connecting the two harbors. We'll have, so this is an entrance. We don't really, oh, we could do a second gate over here as well. I'm at a family Thanksgiving. Enjoy Thanksgiving, I guess. We'll do that. We'll figure in the train lines with orange. So maybe we use, instead of having that purple line here, we do this for a train line. Like that. I also like the idea of the train line going through the harbor and like going across the water over here. So that's train line in, train line out of the city. And then of course we'll split off to like multiple directions here. We'll have like a train line going here and there, right? That's fine. But I think that's about the general map of the city that I want to build. I don't want to go all the way up to the water edge over here. I do want to go all the way up to the water edge. I kind of want it to feel like, oh, they've hit the edge over here with houses, so they kind of went over the river in this direction to kind of fill in. To fill in the population that they needed. Do think that we need some more connections, some smaller roads. So we'll have like a road walking the river edge over here, connecting all of that. 1 billion bridges incoming. I kind of do, yeah. Then we'll have a road from here to the train station. Same over here to the harbor. And then indeed we could do like bridge over here. These are smaller bridges, right? Like the purple ones are like your main bridges. The light pink ones are gonna be the less important bridges. I feel like that's a pretty good map. Of course, a lot of the roads are gonna be built by or made by houses being built up, right? And then I feel like for a city map, I have an idea, not an idea, but if you look at like southern European cities, what's a good one? I'm not talking Italian, I'm talking like Montpellier. Montpellier in France, right? City layout. Open image in a new tab. Welcome to Montpellier, where everything kind of bleeds out from the center, right? So these are, if we were to lay this over here, right? We would do that, right? You can kind of see where I'm going with this. You can see the resemblance. So this would be our admin center, right? Then this would be our like trading district. We would have some buildings and games in here, right? That's the same over here. And then all of the smaller roads in between that is just because it's buildings, no building, building. But you can kind of see the main roads. I do want to add some of these parks in there as well. You see how this how this like park over here and over here and over here. That's also something that I'm going to do, but much more on this side. Whereas this side is just going to be packed with like 4-story buildings. Because that's also something, maybe not necessarily in that color palette, but I do like the buildings in Montpellier. Like I do like that. What's that? It's a very typical French architecture, in my opinion. You don't see this very often in other cities, in other countries in Europe, at least. But like this, where it's like 3, 4, 5 stories, right? But it'll be roads, entire streets of these kinds of buildings, right? This is also a good image. Right? I mean, this would just be facades, right? I would maybe build the roof up, but it's very much still facades. I don't think I would do any big project. And then, of course, you've got the other side of Montpellier, which is like their harbor / coastal town with a king. I don't want a king in this country. I want it to be a not a republic, more of a collection of city-states that are ruled by a council and not really by one person. But yeah, a council building. It's kind of what I'm thinking about. Council palace, council building, yeah. Dude, look at this. These older... So this is like, when you go deeper into the older part of the city, you get this kind of buildings, right? These kinds of buildings. This is kind of the vibe I'm going for. A lot of that very rich old money. That's the city that's what I want the city to portray, is rich old money. These people don't have to work for their money anymore. They can buy and sell whatever they want, but they don't have to run a factory, they don't have to run farms, they don't have to... The only thing that they need to do is politics. And talk to people and be sure that they're, you know, money works for them. Exactly. That's kind of the vibe I want this city to be. This would look cool as a council style building. Still looking at images of Montpellier. Like this, and like, imagine you spawning in here, right? Spawning where that tent is. You spawn in here, you see that building, you know, I need to go in there. Then at the other side, we could have a triumph arc. Dude, this square itself is just crazy. But yeah, I do want it to be less sandstone-y, because this is not an area in Minecraft where we've got a lot of sand or a lot of sandstone. I hate the Google AI mode. I hate it. I nearly spent months straight playing one game. So, that's what I've been doing. I'm gonna save that image though. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So this area does not really talk a lot of sandstone, right? But I feel like a lot of chiseled stones, a lot of like a really eloquent masonry would do, like, that would fit this vibe. So I feel like we're gonna go with grays and reds, I feel like that's a good start for their buildings. And then once we go over the water, we're gonna incorporate a little bit of wood in there as well. That's also true. But then we have more cities to build, and I want every city to be like, I want this city would feel like much more sandstone prevalent, you know? So I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna do grays, whites. So we're gonna incorporate a little bit of marble, grays, whites, and reds. I feel like is a good vibe for this city. Marble, yeah, and then we have calcite, right? Calcite is one of those that we have a bunch of different diorite blocks because of chipped, so we can incorporate a lot of diorite, granite, basalt, and stuff like that. Not marble, but if you look at diorite, we have a lot of marble options. We've got pillars, right? We have pillars. We have a lot of like trims and stuff. And then if you look at calcite, it's the same thing, right? So we have a lot of whites, a lot of those marble textures, and then if we use that together with a lot of stone, a lot of granite and andesite, I feel like we'll be fine. Maybe even bring in a little bit of deep slate, a little bit, because I don't think the working class could afford deep slate as a building material, because it needs to be mined very deep. So the working cost to get a lot of deep slate would be way more expensive than to get what, cobblestone. Yeah, like trims, bracings, pillars would be deep slate, like the uprights, you know? You want copycat casing? I know, I've been saying that for ages now. It's kind of weird that they made Copycat Plus have a lot of these cogs and shafts and stuff, but they didn't include a casing. I would enjoy Copycat casing, because then I can hide cogs and stuff in a wall, and shafts in a wall. It's not always necessary, but it's nice in the things where you need it. Did I start? Okay, I did start recording. I was like, did I start it? Copycat gearbox, stuff like that. Chain drive. I don't think the chain conveyor needs it, but it in case chain drives, yeah, sure. Same thing. Just being able to texture it to your wall colors would be nice. I do realize that it's a lot harder to get those in a copycat form because it's not just a texture. But then again, they did it with cogs, so I don't see what the difficulty would be to do a. How about machines? What machines? What do you conclude as a machine? Like a press? I don't feel like presses need copycat features. We've already got encased, right? So we can already encase them in all kinds of encasings, right? But I don't think they need to be copycat because they're not part of a wall. Whereas sometimes you just want to hide a shaft in a wall. You know? Sometimes that shaft runs through a wall and you just need, you know, a casing to go over it. Details? Yeah, still no. I feel like machinery is a feature on itself, so I don't think machinery needs a copycat version of the machine. It would also get way too expensive if you need to make like a deployer and then make it copycat as well. Fans would be nice. I don't know. I like fans just being a fan, you know? Have it, if it's functional, have it out in the open, I would say. Whereas power, sometimes it's just there and you can't build around it because it leads to another building. And that's the exact location where you want to build your floor, you know? I'm gonna give you an example when I'm done doing this. When I'm done digging, I have a great example of what I mean with sometimes it's just there. This is a big tree. Dude, where are the days where every Minecraft tree was just small and blocky? Still a lot of those, but look at this thing. Oh, also a good thing about Create is that building a city is going to be so much easier because we can take the buildings from one street and kind of like paste them onto another one. Or like we can build like one house asset, right? And then just copy it over. Get ourselves the base, like the base canvas of a house in, and then do the details afterwards. You know? I feel like that's gonna be very useful. And 306 of my book. Nice. It's been a while since I've properly read like a normal book. I don't know how to say that differently. Exactly what it sounds. That's 400. Nice, you're almost there. How many pages in a chapter though? Like 50? That's doable. I used to be a bookworm, but I've grown out of it somehow. I used to destroy books. I do think that I read a lot of books because it was the only thing I could do at that time. I read a lot of books during like high school, right? And we all know I wasn't the best student. I didn't like studying. I didn't like studying things that didn't interest me. So what I tended to do when we had like study hour, we had after school study hours, right? Where you had to go sit in a giant hall. You couldn't talk to anyone. You couldn't do whatever you couldn't have like your phones, your headphones in and stuff. So stuff like that. And so they wouldn't say anything to a book because they would just assume you were reading for a book project. So I just read books instead of studying, which arguably not the best thing to do in a study hour. But then again, Also, this was when I didn't have exams or anything like that. This was something you had to be there. If you had homework or not, you still had to be there. And you had to work. And okay, a lot of people just did their notes or they kept up with their classes, which would be smarter. Would be a smarter way of spending your time. But I didn't do that. I read books. What does Pricey Slicey do? It makes the redeems cheaper, depending on if you're a sub or not. It could be half or 30% off of all the prices of the other redeems for a random amount of time. It's anywhere between 10 minutes, 1 minute and 10 minutes, I think. But if you're a sub and you do Pricey Slicey, it would take like a redeem that's usually 1,000 points. It would take it to 500. To 330, I think. And then the other one is, I don't know. I would have to check. But it would make them cheaper. It would make them cheaper. Did I not get every block? I didn't. Oh. Why is only one cup of my earphones working? Is it the song? Is it the song? Let me try a different playlist, I guess. I don't know. Oh, it is a song. Strange. Okay, that's fine. Weird, but okay. I was like, did my headphones just break? That's better. Oh, sure, why not? You know what I might actually do after stream is start editing the next episode, which is a technical episode. Also, how have you been liking the splitting of like the focus of the episodes, where we have episodes that are very farm focused, and then other episodes that are more like world building and lore based? And right now that's still very tight together, but once we start projects like these, this is where you'll see a lot of the differences, right? Where farms are going to be like one building, one big building with a farm inside of it, and then the lore based episodes, the foundation episodes, are going to be like city building, layouts, planning, stuff like that. How do we like that separation? Is that something that's interesting? Is that an interesting way of doing it? Because I think it's interesting. I haven't seen other people do that. I wanna have a system where people can go, oh, I want to see this world grow, but only from like a building aspect, and I don't really care about the farms. And so they can only tune into one part of the series, and then the other way around as well. If somebody only cares about the farms and the technical aspect of the world, they can only focus on that. That's kind of the idea. Hello, Mr. Doggo. Do we have bones? We don't. Alright. James, careful with those topics. Is that gets how do I say this? Poop joke? Yeah, I know, but the poop joke combined with that topic doesn't really land well in certain communities. So you know, just be careful with them. It kind of sounds like you're calling people that are gender neutral, or that are, you know, non-confirming. Is that how you say it? I guess, yeah. A poop. I know. I'm not saying you are saying, or you are calling them that, but that kind of comes over that way. So just be careful how you phrase jokes like that. Not everyone knows that you're non-binary. Can't get cancelled. No, but you can get banned in communities. Not saying it this community, but you can get banned in other communities. You know what? Let's not talk about it. Let's change topic. How do you guys like Plato? As like the philosopher Plato. Not Plato, the toy game. Yummy? I wouldn't call him yummy. I wouldn't call the man yummy. You know? Don't feel like he's Who's your favorite philosopher, if you have one? Socrates. Good, but a basic answer. Socrates was a yeah. True. Also kind of like a basic, like an ancient shit poster as well. Only he did it verbally. Why, but only why? Yeah, true. I used to like Seneca a lot. Mostly because he's the guy that said, you know, don't expect too much. You can't get disappointed if you're expecting the worst, you know? Can't get disappointed if you don't expect a lot. And I feel like he's right about it. I have nothing on my shower thoughts. Enlighten me. James, what's one of those shower thoughts? What's one of those famous shower thoughts you have? Enlighten me. Why does it fork? It doesn't specifically have four prongs. You have lots of forks. Like escargot forks have only 2 prongs. Oyster forks have 3. We ain't farming plants, but plants are farming us. I feel like the plant life situation is symbiotic. Wouldn't say that one is farming the other. Talking about a dinner fork, because it's a dinner fork. It's a dinner fork. I know there has to be a reason for that. Why not like 19? I feel like 19 would be counterproductive. I feel like those would be counterproductive. I mean, they don't only absorb us when we die, they also absorb the fact that we are outputting CO2. So they eat that CO2 and convert it into oxygen. Think about surface area of food per fork stab. Yeah, but you can stab a lot more. The amount of prongs does not constitute a bigger stabbing range, you know? Because I can, with only 4 prongs, I can stab an entire steak and pick it up. You know? So I don't think that the reason we would need more prongs is because we could stab more food. No, that's not how it works. And if you talk about scooping food, then you just use a spoon. You know? I'm assuming the space is the same. But then if this is 4 prongs and you put 19 prongs in that same space, your prongs would be too weak to stab anything. Right? They would just bend on stabbing. Spacing, not space. So like 4 and then 19 would be this wide of a fork. Right? I love my 20 centimeter fork that I can put in my mouth like this. You know, I don't think that would be going well. It still needs to go in your mouth. You still need to get the food that you stab in your mouth. Otherwise, what use is the fork? I think we have revolved the optimal fork for us. I don't think we need a 20 centimeter wide fork. You know, that doesn't really work in my brain. Not that a fork must have 4 prongs. No, you can have forks with 3, you can have forks with 2. You can even have forks with 5. But it still needs to be a viable utensil to eat with. Which is why I like chopsticks. Those are the best utensil you can have. Although, a knife maybe, but then again, you got teeth or something, I guess. I do think that we should use scissors more. Everyone is all caught up on knives and stuff, and I like, sure, I get it. A good, decent knife is worth it, and investing time in keeping your knife sharp is also worth it. But a good pair of scissors, dude. A good pair of scissors is all you need in the kitchen. You want to make a quick stew or a quick like broth, and you need to cut up some celery. You need to cut up that chicken fillet that's been that's been stewing in your fridge and to add to your soup. Oh, you want to cut up your pork cutlet in bite-sized pieces so it's easier to eat? Scissors. We need to normalize scissors in the kitchen. Also, we need to normalize eating out of the pot. I feel like a lot of people look at you weird when you say, look, I made dinner and I'm eating it out of the pan. Whereas I feel like that's optimized. That's like, okay, but do I need to... Can't eat pork. I know, but you get the idea, right? I don't really eat bread, but if you want to eat 3 loaves of bread, that's a lot of calories though. If you want to eat 3 loaves of bread at once, go ahead. Is it like good bread or is it like Wonder Bread? Is it good bread or Wonder Bread? Also, is it like a loaf of bread, or is it like I don't know, a small sourdough or a small pancake? You know? 3 pieces of bread. Okay, but 3 pieces or 3 loaves of bread, that's different. Right? 3 slices or 3 loaves is different. I can eat an entire loaf if I wanted to. If I wanted to, I can eat anything. Also, is a baguette, so a baguette, right? A French baguette. Is that a loaf or is that a baguette? Is that not just a long loaf of bread? So, if I eat an entire baguette, am I eating an entire loaf of bread? Because I could crush an entire... I can crush 3 baguettes easily. Put some deli meat on there. Put some lettuce, some cucumber. Dude, I'm crushing 3 loaves of bread easily. A little bit of curry ketchup on it. If you say that. What? No, I can eat three baguettes easily. depending on the length. No, dude. We in Belgium have a thing called we call them a small bread, right? We call them a small bread, which it literally translates to a small bread, a broodje, right? And basically, it's what Americans would call a sub, but better, in my opinion. It's not like Subway. Let me show you what I mean. It's not pita. It's basically half of a baguette with vegetables, with deli meat, right? But it's on a baguette. It's like on small baguettes. It looks like this. Oh god, they're so good. It's not Subway. It's on an actual baguette. Looks at I know what a zapiekanka is. I know what that is. And it's kind of this. Think of it. How would I compare those? I've had zapiekanka before. It's been a while. But think of that. Think of that. Take 2 of those. Put some extra lettuce on top of it. Smack them on top of each other. That's what this is. And you've got you know how I showed you guys the fry shop, right? Where it's like you got the like little glass box with all the options that you have. The Belgian fry shop. You got the same thing for these. We really like going into a shop and just being able to do that onto a sandwich. Let me see. Look, that's a way too small of an image. Yeah, this is a good image. Look, you go in here. You go. Oh, they get you a baguette. They slice it in half. It's half a baguette. You don't half a baguette. I can't kid you not. I kid you not. Healthy Subway. Yeah, basically a healthier Subway. Although some of these, if you ask for like a Martino, which I haven't had because eggs. But this is it's oh god, it's like come on, what is it called? It's like beef tartare with mayo. Anything, yeah, it's fair. But yeah, you just get in here. You order half a baguette stuffed with deli meat, stuffed with vegetables, stuffed with sauce, and I could eat 4 of those easily. I could easily eat 4 of these. Easily. I'm a big eater. Dude, I can eat a lot. I can eat a lot. I don't always eat a lot. It would be very unhealthy if I ate a lot. But this is, honestly, if you're in Belgium, this is your best lunch. This is your best option for lunch. It's usually pretty cheap compared to like sitting down for lunch, because it's like what, 5, depending on they'll range from like 4.5 euros to like 12, depending on the ingredients that you pick. If you're picking like salmon and stuff, of course it's going to be more expensive, but they are pretty cheap. So can they toast them? They can. They don't usually do that. They'll have like salami in them, or like prosciutto. Bro, ask for one way. Okay, I can't eat a lot. I'm not saying I eat like freaking whale. I like taking my time to eat, but I can't eat constantly. I'm not on any diet. I'm just not gelatinous. Oh, dude, you're. Yeah, I get it. I get it. There is this one thing. I think it's a thing in English in like in English cultures as well. I know it's a thing in French cultures. But we have this thing where back in the day they wanted to use everything from an animal, right? As one does. And so they would use like the meat of the head for a little sip. That I can also do. And so they would like press it into a block with gelatin. And they're really good actually. It's really good, but it's the thought of it is not as appetizing as eating it. Anytime I forget the fat. Lard cubes? No. It's called, we call it head meat. If you literally translate it. But like in English, I've heard it in English being called Presskop or something. I know it's in German it's called Presskop. But basically they take the meat out of the head and they press it all together in a block. It looks, you wouldn't call it. Here we call it meat and gelatin. That would be different. It's very similar, but it doesn't look as appetizing, but it's pretty good. Right? It kind of looks like this. And you would have that on like a sandwich, often with either pickles or like pickled onions. But yeah, head meat, uflakken. If you're from this region of the country. No, it's literally just meat pressed into one. And yes, there's going to be fat and gelatin in it, but this is usually how you would get it. Either in a cube that you dip in mustard or on 2 pieces of bread. Deli ham? Yeah, but deli ham would be from the leg of the pig. This is predominantly the head of the pig. Like it's kind of like Spam, yeah, where they use any bit that they can find. But like the cheeks, the collagen and stuff. It's actually quite good for the skin because it has a lot of collagen in it. It just doesn't look as appetizing. Yeah, doesn't look as appetizing. It tastes good though. If you like ham, think of ham just a little softer, right? Pressed deli ham, I mean. Just a little softer. And depending on how they do it, a little saltier. And then you combine that with a little bit of pickle, a little bit of a pickled onion as well. A pickled gherkin, or how you would call them in my dialect, a cornichon. That's from the French. So if any French-speaking people are here, there you go. And you got a good sandwich. A little bit of mustard on there. Ooh, already excited. But yeah, also quite healthy. High in protein, high in collagen. Not that fatty, depending on the condiments that you add to it. Have you ever deep fried mortadella? No. No. Also, mortadella not as readily available over here. It's not something you can just go and get in the supermarket. You would have to go to a specialized butcher for it. Although, maybe, depending on the supermarket you go to, you can find mortadella. They're not going to be cheap, but you could find them. But I haven't thought of deep frying them, no. Don't even have to give it any breading. Interesting. It's not usually anything I don't own a deep fryer. If I want fries, I go to the corner of the street. Yeah, no. I don't own a deep fryer. If I would have to cook for like multiple people, right? If I would have to cook for multiple people on a daily basis, I would probably get myself a deep fryer just for if I ever needed a load of fries. But because I live on my own, right? If I ever want fries, they have a tech deck, like the mini skateboard. I used to have one. I used to have one. Didn't everyone have one? Isn't that like a thing that everyone had? Maybe not all from the brand Tech Deck, but I have a real skateboard. I have a longboard. But since I moved to the city, I can't use it all that much because we have way too many cobbled streets. I used to be able to use it a lot more often to go to the shops and stuff, but the cobbled streets, man, dude. Cobbled streets and skateboards, not the best combination. Android, yes. Android. I have nothing against Apple devices. I don't like the way it's all locked into each other. Touch grind 2? What's a touch grind 2? Never had an iPhone. I had an iPod Touch back in the day. I've had a MacBook before. I had a MacBook Pro Retina from 2015, and I like general happy with it, but I didn't have an iPhone, and I didn't have anything else back in that day. Like I didn't have an iPad, didn't have. The only reason I bought the MacBook is because the school I went to recommended it for video editing at the moment, and I honestly. I feel like they did it because it was the norm in the business aspect that everyone was using Mac, but most of the MacBooks that people could afford to go to school with were not strong enough to handle video editing. So they would overheat a lot. Basically a tech deck on your iPhone? Weird. Yeah, these days a lot more people are using gaming rigs or gaming laptops as video editing or graphical computers, which makes sense because they've got the graphic capacities of MacBooks and you can still be within a Windows space. But the problem back in my day is that those were not cheaper than MacBooks. These days you can get a computer that has way more graphical capabilities than a MacBook for cheaper. I'm not saying it's great or perfect, right? But I'm talking about 10 years ago. So a lot of those Windows devices were as expensive, if not more expensive, than MacBooks at that time. But if I would have to pick these days, I would go with a high-end gaming laptop for video editing as well, if you're going into a graphical field. It's good too. Yeah, I'm talking about laptops. I'm talking about laptops that you... The only thing I would say is the graphical laptops. It's getting better, but up till like 2 years ago, they were so bulky and so expensive. So if you have to like commute to school each time, kind of a downside. But it's getting better. Heating is getting worse though. Cooling, I should say, is getting worse. A lot of brands are cutting down on size by removing or not optimizing cooling. MSI is good. Yeah, sure. Mine was $600, 2017. Oh, really? Wow. That was not the case over here. I looked into them, and like the requirements that I needed for school were not. Yeah. I mean, I have an old Acer. It's downstairs. I have an old Acer laptop, which it still runs good, like fine, but the housing, like the body of the laptop's a bit too cheap in my opinion. I don't think I could. It's an Acer. Yeah, it's the same thing. Acer Nitro 5. I feel like it's a bit too cheap on the housing. I would want if I would have to pick one again, I would want a laptop with a bit more support in the hinges than the Nitro 5. That's the one I bought after the MacBook. Ooh, 2017 AMD? Yeah. How far are we? Oh, look at that, chat. Just that little patch and we're done with cutting trees down. That point, Intel would be. I mean, I feel like the Intel AMD debate these days for a lot of people is not necessary. Just pick whichever you want or is cheaper. I'm saying for a lot of people because some uses do require you to get certain CPUs, but for a lot of people it's the same. It's gonna be the same. They're not gonna notice the differences. And so yeah, I mean, sure. Man, I'm not. I need to brush up on my computer knowledge, on like specific editions and stuff. It's been a while since I've looked into it. I've forgotten a lot of this stuff as well. I work at a place where we can't really pick out the systems that we need to do because we're under a certain contract. So we just need to use the devices that we get. They're not the worst. They're not. great either. They're like your run-of-the-mill Dell corporate laptops. They do what they have to do, and that's about it. They are sturdy, though. Those can take a punch. You don't have to punch them, but for commuting, they're pretty good. The spreadsheet holders, I wouldn't like. I have a. So you got the latitudes and the what is it? You've got a Dell Latitude and a Dell Precision, I think. The Precision ones are going to be a bit more on the hardware side, so like they're a bit more powerful. I've got one of those because I do a lot of graphical stuff, a lot of IT stuff at work. Is it a graphical computer? No. They're not. But it does the job. It'll render a 4-hour-long production. And the latitudes, yeah, latitudes are spreadsheet holders. Or PowerPoint players. But yeah, no. For what it is and for what is in there in those laptops, I'm always kind of like, wow, they could do that. That small little thing can do that. I have people that are doing like whole Photoshop edits. And when I say whole Photoshop edits, I'm not saying like a small edit here and there. No, I'm talking entire Photoshop projects on latitudes. And I'm like, hello? Since when? And then you open Excel with 4 tabs, or you open a tab too much in Chrome and the entire system shuts down. Welcome to the land of the computer, where whatever you're doing, it might be the end of your computer. I do like the way their admin runs though on Dell. You can do some nifty stuff on Dell that you can't do on other. We've looked at other brands and like every click is potentially you having to buy a new one. Exactly. But yeah, Dell runs these things pretty nicely. You can see that Dell has been a corporate laptop seller for a long time, whereas like brands like HP have been, their main focus is not on corporate only. Lenovo is also really good. The ThinkBooks from Lenovo are really good as well. But I don't think that they've got the amount of support that the Dell ones have. It's crazy how much admin you can do on a Dell system. Like remote, like how much you can set up for your end users. That's what we are mostly working on, is how can we make it as easy as possible for teachers that have been teaching for 60 years and are not used to working with laptops on a daily basis. Which is also weird, because why are you still teaching if you're not used to working with laptops? But oh well. It is a thing. I do not know what that is, but it's not mine. I think that laptop has better specs than my desktop computer. I know that laptop has better specs than my desktop computer. And this thing still runs Minecraft, records it, streams it. Sometimes we're crossing fingers, sometimes we gotta deal with some issues here and there, but overall it's running strong. I play about, okay, I only do 60. I only do 60. Chat, I asked you, how do you reach out to people to run a D&D campaign? How do you reach out to computer brands to potentially get a new computer? How do I get a new computer from PC brand? When you have 0 to no views on your channel. Yeah, but then that means that I would have to have people in my chat or in my views that are gonna buy said computer, right? And I don't feel like y'all are gonna buy something that you already have. You know? Also, I feel like maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my brain thinking too much, right? I feel like I don't like the idea of me going up to a brand and hey, I need this. What can I do for you? I don't like that idea. I have brands where I'm like, oh, I could do this for them. Right? Like, oh, one of those is like Elgato. We could set up some cool stuff using the Elgato stuff. Right? Like one of those, I need to get in touch. Imagine getting Elgato lights that you can control using StreamerBot, right? And then I have this mod that always runs at the back. Right now it's a fabric mod, so I need to be able to, I need to remake it or have it remade for Forge. Or for NeoForge, I should say. But it's constantly checking your location, so your coordinates, and then what biome you're in. And imagine my lights reacting to my Y level. And if we're dipping below level, let's say 0, they would just dim. They would dim. Wouldn't that be cool? Making my setup a little more immersive in the Minecraft experience, you know? I know people that do mod. I don't know if they do NeoForge though. I know they do fabric mods. They did it in like 5 minutes. And this is like a mod that only I'm gonna use. This is a very specialized thing that I would use in my system. But even better, what if I can change my lighting on my back wall, which usually is just a white wall. Now it's blue and purple. To the biome that I'm in. If I'm in a plains biome, it becomes green. If I go into dark oak, it becomes darker green. Right? That'd be great. That'd be amazing. Would it not? Would it not be so cool to have that? If only I had lights, right? If only I would have lights that would be able to be dimmed easily. Elgato? Question mark. It like get the block behind you. No, I wouldn't. I don't think that's not easily done, right? But we could, right? If we're, I would have to see how to do it though. But biome tracking is easy, right? We track the biome in the game. That's easy. And then we just assign a color to every biome, right? And then we just do one big if statement. That just, you know, if this biome is that, then turn colors or lights to that color, right? I know how to get the block behind you. Yeah. Wait, is this the last tree? No, more trees over there. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if I can reach out to Elgato. See if they. I don't. They have those. They don't have their applications open year round though. They do like. They do their stuff in seasons, I think. So I would have to catch one of the application seasons. See, but I feel like that is a way better way to get into like to get into the conversation than just, oh, my computer's dying, give me a new computer, I will do ad read. You know? If you go to a company like Elgato, and you say, hey, look, my idea is this, but I want to use your lights for it. I feel like that's a way better idea, a way better way of starting that conversation. Right? Or is that me just overthinking it? Do you like hammocks? I like hammocks. I don't have space to hang one. But, like, I'll lie in a hammock if there's one. Sure. Hammocks suck to get into. I feel like that's a skill issue. I feel like that's a skill issue. It is. Also, make sure your hammock is not too tight, but also not too loose. Because if it's too loose, you'll fall out because it's got too much give. If it's too tight, you'll fall out because it's just going to rotate around its axle. Right? If it's... You want to make it so that it's just below... It's not hanging, it's not straight. It's just a little bit below that line. And then you usually don't roll. It's foldable one. Wait, there's foldable hammocks. Do you not just get either the wooden base to put it in between, or you just put two? Oh, the stand? Yeah, okay, yeah, the wooden base. It's like, isn't every hammock foldable? It's a piece of cloth. We used to make, we used to build the stands for hammocks, or we used to make hammocks back in the day. It has anti-roll lines. I mean, sure, yeah, you can do that. You didn't consider effective, so it's a barbecue then. It's not a metal hammock, it's a barbecue. It's a difference between a hammock and a barbecue. Give me all the wood. I need it. I'm gonna build some small stone farms, not the big ones, right? We're gonna make an actual city for the big ones. But I'm gonna do some small stone production in this area. Just for the houses, because otherwise I'm gonna have to spend way too much time mining all the stone I need for it. Okay. How much wood is that? Okay, chat. Here's my question. Do we just bite the bullet and cut down this last stretch of wood as well? Or do we leave it and... Because right now it is only like this. We have taken out this entire forest. Do we take out this as well? I feel like we should, right? At this point, it'd be weird leaving it. Build a park. Oh no! If I build a park, I'm gonna build a park. I'm not gonna. The trees are gonna go either way, right? The question is, do we do it today or do we do it later? And I feel like now that we're already cutting wood, we might as well just do this as well, you know? I am gonna restart. I'm gonna save my recordings real quick so they don't lose them. Flashing. I don't know why it's happening. Oh. There we go. Okay, let's do another I think, how long is this gonna take? The rest of what we're doing. We've been going for 3 hours. How long is the rest gonna take? An hour? 30 minutes? I don't believe anybody. What I do. But I don't know how. Be the one that saves me. All right. Now y'all know what I'm listening to. See ya, Mr. Egg. See ya. Have a good night, day, whatever time frame you're in, time zone you're in. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. That saves me. Hey. Go. Take a little nap. Little nap time. I'm gonna repair the hoe as well, 'cause it's getting low. There we go. Yeah, that's, I mean, we can do this easily. Just gotta grab all of these. Also, I feel like it looks a lot more dense from on the map than it actually is. So I hope that this is gonna go pretty quickly. Okay, let's pick up all the wood. there we go. Should reach the top that way. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Chopping trees, trees. There is a song about digging a hole. Is there a song about chopping trees? I feel like there should be a song about chopping trees. We got diggy diggy hole, but what about choppy choppy tree? Up to 10 blocks. Now you just need a word to a data pack. Yeah, most of all, I need it to write to a text file. That's what I need. I need a system that writes to a text file, and stores coordinates on that text file. So you would have X, Y, Z, and then the biome underneath it, and any other information really that you want. Light level? We could do light level. Honestly, I feel like don't know how to make data packs. Neither do I. Neither do I. Honestly, tracking light level might actually be better. Would there be a way to track light level? Doing it on the server? Yeah. Tracking light level and writing it to your you can just light level of the block you're on. Yeah, I know, but you need to still write it to a file so I can read it with my bot. We still need a way to convert that light level to the lights, right? And then I need to figure out how I would put level 1 to 15 to 1 to 100%. How are we doing on? Okay, we are very low on the hoe. You could specify. No. I'm talking about the lights right here. You know, those will stay white as they illuminate my face. For the biome colors, I would do the lights behind me, which are already controllable. I just need a way to read the biome. Then it's just a slider where 0... I know, 0 is 0 and 15 is 100%, but that's not how the bot works. The bot, if you input 0 to 15, it's going to think 0 to 15%. So I need to somehow get a variable where it reads 15 as 100%. No, what the mod does, it just reads that information to a text file, and then I read off of that text file, right? So it doesn't really do anything for the automation. I do all the automation outside of Minecraft. Also, it doesn't work on this version because it's not fabric. I can try it. You don't have to. I'll ask the guy that made that first one if he can make a forged version or neo forged version of it. I like the idea of my stream kind of following. You know how those TVs have the LEDs built into the back of them? Kind of the same thing, you know? Where once we go into colder biomes, like if we go into an ice spike biome, it becomes blue, right? The wall becomes blue. And if we're in a biome like these, like a plains biome, it becomes a nice and vibrant green. If we're in a taiga biome where it's colder but also green, it becomes a darker green. If we're in the nether, for instance, it becomes a red. Basalt would be well, gray. You can't really do gray light. Gray light doesn't really exist, but we could do something. Right. Stuff like that. That's kind of the idea. Backlight is a lack of light. No, people want to say, what people want to say is they want to be backlit. And depending on which industry you're in, backlighting is a term. In photography, backlighting is an official term, I think. I know it is in video. Oh, I read that as backlighting, not blacklighting. Black is a hue. Black is not a color. White is not a color. White is a hue. White is a combination of all colors. And black is the absence of all colors. Also, black light, a black light is not a term, it's a UV light. It's different. But it's not the combination of no colors, it's the lack of any colors. So it's a hue. All grays are hues. AKA shadow. No. Shadow is something else. Shadows look black or gray, but they're not the absence of the absence of color, the lack of color. I don't know how I would describe a shadow as a property. I wouldn't call it a shadow lack of color, a lack of light. I would call a shadow obstructed light, but not the lack of light. Because if you would have the lack of light, you wouldn't have shadows either, right? because you need light to get a shadow. Yeah, no. I don't know. The only thing that I know is that orange and brown are not a thing. Those are also not colors. You cannot reproduce orange without... orange is a hue, brown is also a hue. Although, orange could be a color depending on how you look at it. Brown is not a color at all. If you look at it on a spectrum, then yes, orange is a color. Brown, no. Brown is just a hue of orange. Now, if you use color theory and you determine that orange is not a color because it's an amalgamation of two colors, so it's not a primary color, then brown also isn't a color. So, because brown is a hue of orange, it's no color, it's a hue. Just like how gray is just a hue of all colors. Is it neon orange just brown? It's not neon. So neon would mean what? So neon is a one. So if you look at it, let's say RGB, right? If you do RGB 255 units of green and 0 blue, 0 red, you would get neon green, right? If you do red, for instance, you would get neon red, right? Illuminated red in max saturation, right? But orange, brown is not max saturation, it's the lack of saturation in orange. So if you desaturize, is that how you say that? Desaturize orange, you get brown. You can easily desaturate, yes, that one. You can easily do that in like a color wheel. If you get a color field where you've got white, black, saturated, no saturated color, you can see that brown is right here in that corner. Dude, I hated color theory in school because they taught it in such an annoying way and in such a boring way. But color fields are actually very interesting things. To take a spectrum of color, right, and portray it on a graph is such an interesting thing to do. But because they were teaching it in such an old-fashioned and boring way, nobody would give a flying F for it. For that course. Also, they would have us do things that are like, dude, you just use a calculator for it. They would have us adapt CMYK to RGB and the other way around. Just no calculator needed. Whereas I have never known anyone who's in this business of like photography or marketing or whatever that needed to have an RGB color or like, oh, we have the CMYK code from this product. We want to know how it's going to look on this display, right? On this RGB display. I have never known anyone to go, oh wait, I'll do this out of my head real quick. They'll punch in the CMYK code and they'll get all of the other codes, the hex codes, the RGB digits. They'll get them all. So I don't know why we had to do it from the top of our heads without a calculator. I want to know. I would love to go back to that school and see if they still do that these days. I hate it when villagers don't restock. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Sometimes I've had villagers get so messed up that they just didn't do anything anymore. Their AI got broken. And at that point, it's to the lava pit, dude. Get yourself a new one. Oh, that's also something I want to add. Because we're going to use a lot of emeralds for numismatic things, I want to get the auto trading mods in here as well. Just for emerald production. And there's a couple of other things that I want to be able to produce. I want to produce the building blocks of Create. I want to be able to produce those. So I'm gonna look for a mod that like does them all at once. Adds a lot more recipes to the game. I don't diamonds as well because we're using sophisticated drawers, right? I'm gonna add a diamond recipe, but I'm only gonna do it when my backpack and stuff is like max, right? So I've already got these up to par, but like when my diamond is netherite tier and I've got all the upgrades I want, that's when I'm gonna add a diamond recipe, because at that point it's just for like bulk storage upgrades and bulk storage drawer controllers and stuff as well. Huh. Missed one. And that's how this MrBeardstone pack is just gonna turn into Axis pack. It's just gonna be this mismatch of mods that just do whatever I want to do with it. I think we're nearly done. I recognize that we're past the hill, so we are at a point where we might be able to say that we're almost done. Yeah, just this last little patch of trees and we're good. Then it's drilling off the tip of the mountain. Maybe patching up some holes here and there. Hey, time for a nap. Time for a little nappy nap. Hey. Want to get those logs as well. I'm getting to a point where I'm like so focused on getting the last trees, forgetting to talk. It's just last trees, people, almost done. Almost done. Dude, I'm gonna have all the freaking saplings for cardboard now. I'm gonna have all the saplings for cardboard. I think those two are the last. I'm gonna do a little flyover then, just to double check, but I think we're almost there. This might have been a lot of wood chopping, but we're going to be thankful later on that I have a good view of what this actual area looks like. Let's see. Okay, those are like the occasional tree. I can live with those. I want to get those two. Yeah, I don't really care about that one either. But these ones bother me because they're kind of tucked away. What do you need for the mod? Biome, light level, and coordinates. And written to like a text file. Just a standard Windows text file. That's the goal. All right, stop recording. Now we go up top, grab our drill, and just drill it all out. Also, how's this backpack looking? We got plenty of logs. Also, how many leaves is that? 3,000 all bit. Okay, now what level do we want to take this down? I feel like taking it down to like this level is going to give us enough height, you know? So, yeah, oh, I didn't bring any coal. I need to go grab coal. You know what I'm going to do? I'm fly home. Then I do need a toilet break. It's been what, 4 hours almost. We are going to do the flattening right now and like take out all of the stone and replace it with dirt, so it's all grass. We're gonna still do that today, but I do need a little toilet break. Okay, are we fly in the right direction? Yes, we are. Should have enough coal in my inventory, in my storage system. Dude, I still like how big the town is. How cute it is. Also, I need this building needs like animal pens around it. But see, this is where copycat casing would be handy, just to get that shaft going. Gone. Now I'm just gonna use normal casing, but it's not gonna be great. Let's get ourselves some coal, which is in natural right here. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, and I'll see you all in a second. Wrong scene. Let's go back. Okay, so we got all the coal I need. I need you, and I need my lever. And honestly, I could have done with like a stack of cobblestone as well, but I feel like we'll get plenty. This is honestly, this is the first time I've used the drill in this entire world, which usually something that you do very early on, right, for like resource collecting, but I've really enjoyed caving. I've really enjoyed caving. I want to use these though. I like these level contraptions. Okay. What did we say? This level, right? Where the roses are? Yes. The drill itself is only like 7 blocks tall. So I am gonna have... Oh god. I'm gonna have to do several passes. This is a 1... So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need to get it started on this here. Boom. Get some rails in there. And then get you. Of course. You sit there. There you go. Easy enough. Yeah, that's gonna happen. So that's 1, and then we go 1. So 1, 2, 3, and on the 4th we go out quite a bit. Give me power. No? There we go. And that should match up nicely. And then I think we go long ways. Although maybe we do just this hilltop until it's flat. And then we do the other big hilltop. And then we go long ways. I just want to see how quickly these are filling up. Okay, we do have space. Drilling. Do 3, this is the 4th. So give it one of you. Just have it do its thing. Honestly, this is probably more boring in my opinion than the wood cutting, because it's just, you know, you watch this thing go back and forward a couple of times. You know? let's see, from the next level, I think after we're done with this hill, right, we take down that and then we take down the rest in one big sweep. I feel like that's a good idea. Feel like that's a good idea. 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th. Take that. There we go. Dude, you gotta love Create. You gotta love mods that add simple mining techniques. Yeah, Mr. Cows, you don't want to be here, I don't think. Sure, you know, let's just get rid of this as well. Might as well. Go for me. It is kind of annoying that these puppies are gonna go, but they're gonna go anyway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. This is going to be a little more on the annoying side to get rid of, but oh well. It's also a lot smaller, but we'll figure it out. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is the level we want to be at. Honestly, and it's mostly going to be dirt, right? Yeah. Not worth getting the drill out for. it on. She's all on. Show. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not helping me. But I'm in love with Mine grade doesn't have a code block for checking by him. Yeah, it's fine. I'll figure it out. I'll figure something out. It's fine. Block temperatures? Like if it's a cold block or a warm block? Is that what you're saying? If the biomes hot or cold. Oh, that's interesting. Because then we could just do a color spectrum from red to green with blue in the middle. Or from red to blue with green in the middle, I would say. That would also be possible. Okay. So that's a big batch of dirt from the top, which is gonna bring this. Yeah, but then I can't assign anything that's minus. So 0 would be green, right? Anything below 0.5, let's say, right, would be blue. Or maybe anything below 0.1 would be blue. Anything above 1 would be orange or red. You know? So now, taking from here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which does give us more space to put down our drill. Which is very useful. Highest would be... Okay. Which, I mean, still makes sense, right? Still, same thing. Get on your rail. Just printed to a text file. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the biggest hurdle for all of these. One, two, three, four. I don't know Java. It's fine. You don't have to spend your time on it. I'll find someone who does know it. Just enjoy the stream. It'll be fine. No. Don't go off running. Just enjoy the stream. 2, 4. Enjoying the stream, that's what it's about. Exactly. Just listen to me yap. It's more than enough. Two, 3, 4. I'm gonna grab a little more space to plant or drill down. Never mind, that was too little space. There we go. Had fun fairing Hurricane limitation. Yeah. No, I want to. No. Although, yeah, no, blow up blocks, please. Thank you. Thank you. Now, is it worth? Yeah, it's worth 1, 2, 3, 4. That is also gonna get taken down eventually. Then the rest you can do by hand. And then I think it's good to just do one more swoop with the drill. Create streamers are built different. Why? Why are create streamers built different than other streamers? Okay, so if I do 7 blocks down from here, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That brings us to what? 92. How low do you want to go? My goal is right here. 87. So yeah, one sweep with the drill across the entire mountain. And then another one. Just 2 more sweep. They have the create spirit. I mean, sure, I'm sure other people also have that spirit. We are going to start from there because that's the highest point. Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1 block, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5, 6. And then this would be the 7th. Right? Am I right on that one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there anything above? No, 6. So I need to go down 1 lower. Just gonna build this out a little bit. Let's see if I calculated it correctly. Looks like I did. I went to sleep. We got a history with the worst professor ever. Have a nice sleep. Have a good sleep. Okay, I'm just gonna let this run, right? Cobblestone or not. And then we'll clean up the edges later. I think I can do this in... Ooh, it's gonna be a couple of sweeps. But it's gonna be a nice time lapse. Gonna be a nice time lapse though. Anything? No. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Drill goes here. Coal in drill. Did I get everything? I did. Now we just let that run. We're gonna take down this manually while it's going. And we just keep going. I mean, once we get through here, right? I feel like maybe that might actually, maybe the one sweep. We'll see what happens. Maybe the one sweep might actually be more than enough. I want a good flat hilltop so that I can actually build on top of this. Otherwise, it's gonna get a lot more difficult to build bigger structures on here. It doesn't have to be completely flat. I don't want this island to be completely flat because I like the idea of houses having like houses in on the lower end over here. But I do want bigger structures on top of the hill. So yeah. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Overall, create makes this a lot more easier. Imagine the time we would have to spend to dig out all of this. Imagine. Like, we'll probably fill this in. There's no point in me keeping that open. Although, maybe as like a water basin. And then have that flow down in here. Into there. In there. Maybe. We'll see what we can do with it. It all depends on if I have to go lower or not. Okay. How full are we? Oh, dude, we still have a ways to go. Four. Right there. Three. Steve probably should do that as well. Always. At 1 pixel. No, that's the other way around. Why is it going this direction? There's a lot of stuff. I have more drills. We could potentially make this drill bigger. Which, you know, let's do it. Let's just do it. I do need to keep in mind that we do want to keep the base 7x7 because that's what we built it upon, but we can just do this. You know, expand our reaches a little bit. One more for good measure. There you go. And that way I can still keep up with the thing where we do like a 3 off of the edge, right? So I can still just go 1. So 1, 2, 3, and then on the 4th. We just need to go a little bigger. Two, 3. Drill goes there. Triple the effectiveness. Beautiful. Beautiful. I feel like that might actually give us enough to work with. We're gonna bring up this side then a little bit, but that might actually give us the like enough to work with. We are gonna fill up a lot easier now, though. Get down on it. Okay. So we do 1, 2, 3. This is 4. So we build out a little bit. There we go. Yeah, and this is the short side of the mountain, so one more sweep after this and I think we're good. Last little bit. One, 2, 3, 4. Is it gonna get everything? No, but the last little bit we can do by hand. It's gonna be mostly dirt. It's gonna be mostly dirt. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. There we go, and then the rest we do manually. Beautiful. Okay, now the question is this gonna be enough? First of all, stop recording. Yeah, I feel like that's enough, and then we just bring this up a little more, and then we can have the road come over here. We can slope this down, kind of extending this. Just rounding off this corner a little more. Yeah, that'll work. So this would be like center of the city, right? On this little hill, we'll have like a lake in there. Yeah, that'll look good. That'll look good. That being said, though, your boy has been streaming for 4.5 hours. It's almost midnight, which means I should get starting on editing. Oh, don't you have to work tomorrow? Nah. I need to edit. Anyone live? Not really. Not really. I'm just gonna call it here. I hope you've enjoyed it. I definitely have. I'll see you all on Saturday. And yeah. I wish you all the best of luck. Have a nice weekend, and I'll see you all later. Bye.